Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's having a great day. Just as I was getting ready to start, a bit of a thunderstorm rolled in and the power went off for like a second. So now I've had to restart everything. The internet's been a little in and out. So we'll see how this goes. But hopefully, I've only heard a little bit of a distant thunder, so I'm hoping it's going to be relatively calm now. I mean, it's probably raining. I can't hear it really, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, we won't have no more incidents here. Let me fix this. I just heard a little more thunder. It sounded a little bit closer. I do have, I think, pretty much everything on a surge protector. So make sure everything's set to go here. Because I want to work on clearing out more of the trees so we can start setting up some more uh, buildings and stuff for all our equipment and all that good stuff. And I'll probably put in another silo over here where we've been clearing out the trees. And then I'll move everything from the current silo to that, and then I'll get rid of the current silo. Even though I already had to replace it just so I could put the straw in it. But it'll be fine. We'll get it all worked out. Might be a little bit of a waste of money, but... Oh, and look, it's raining in the game too. Oh no, I set up the... Okay. I'd forgotten about that. So I got all the trees cleared between the road and the field, except for that little bit that I wanted to leave down there near the house. Great, now it's thundering in the game too. Alright, so let's lower the wood chipper, turn it on. Hopefully it don't tell me I can't use it in the rain, which I don't think it will. Nah, we're good. And so let's see, how far down? So pretty much I own down to the curve here. Is this one piece? Yeah, it is. It's how much? 821,124. Ooh, that's expensive. What about this bit? That's not as expensive. Of course, this is nothing but a heel, so I can't really use it for anything, but I could potentially harvest the trees from it to help pay for some more land, maybe, or whatever. Now where the ground starts to rise, I'm pretty much going to leave that. We'll just use the ground that's already flat and level. So I think, I don't know, it may be fairly straight. I was thinking that where the hill starts is a little further back. The further down that way you go, but so let's see, is that bit on? Yeah, I guess you could say that's on the flat. Oh, I'm almost full anyway. Actually, so we can get the most out of trees, we'll just go ahead and take this load to sell. And if I remember right, it's all going to the same place. I could just go this way. I think I left the gate open down here. Now it looks like the hill, actually the start of the hill moves a little bit closer down this way, which the road is angled a little bit, which of course I could always adjust the positioning of this road as long as it's on the, well, let's see, I might be able to do it even on the land I don't own. I don't remember, because I'm thinking I can move the road a little bit closer to the hill over here. That'll give me a little bit more room for buildings and all that good stuff. This tractor's a little bit slow, but I'll get a better one eventually. Maybe one with a bit more power, one that goes a little faster. Did I turn the traffic off? I don't see any cars. Maybe I did. Let's see, let me switch to the trailer. We'll unload this load, go back and get some more. Because there are, you know, some of these buildings, which I might be able to sell some of them or whatever. But I'm thinking maybe eventually I want to get all the land below the the main paved road here. I might look at getting some of this up here later, but because this, I think all this is relatively flat. That's a hill, that's a hill, and most of this up here looks relatively flat. So if I really want to grow the farm into a fairly large operation, I could always look to expand up there. Because on the other save I have on this map, I haven't really expanded much beyond where you start off at. I have expanded a bit down into here, but not really beyond that. And if I remember right, as far as the fields go, I was waiting to plant soybean, I think. But yeah, you got these different buildings for different sale points and production stuff. So let's see, let me look at the map again and see. Wish it would still show my position on here. And I can't set any kind of waypoints, so because I'm curious as to where my land starts. I'm thinking it's right along here somewhere. So let me okay, so that's not part of mine. How about if I go over here? Nope, that's not part of mine. Surely this is. It is. This way I can clear from this end, and that'll kind of let me know where the end of my property is. Let's see. get out and look. Yeah, I'm thinking follow line in that direction. So let's see. One thing I can do, can buy some paint here. And kind of mark the trees along this back edge here. This way I'll know where to cut and where not to. Then I won't have to keep looking at the map and looking at the ground and trying to figure it out. I think it'd be safe to come back this far through here. Because even if you got a little bit of a hill starting there, it should be enough to mess me up too much if I go to place buildings there. Got some bushes here. Let's see. Let me go into landscaping. Go to plants. Do meadow. Get rid of those. Let's see, got down there. Here, we'll get rid of that. Okay, that looks fine. Let's see. Nope, I don't want to climb the tree. I just want to mark it with some paint. Now anything between that line and the road will also succumb to the chipper. And then I'll work on the other side over there, and once I get that done, I'll look at possibly shifting the road a bit. Of course, I could just put buildings on this side over here as well. I may do that. See, now I can go by the line of trees with X's on them. A little too close to the stump. There we go. Put the cruise control on, that way I don't have to sit here and hold the throttle trigger down. I wish SnowRunner had cruise control on, but I have to hold it down. Sometimes it hurts my finger. Hey, Glow Chips, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. We playing Farming Simulator. Just started on Piney Run here, and I've been clearing trees so we can move all of the buildings away from the larger pond. And if you don't know who I am, I'm Crow Woodsman. I've been VTuber since last year. I'm a human from an alternate universe where basically it's a Star Trek, or redneck Star Trek. So the culture is very redneckish, but it's more technologically advanced. I know I need to work on an introduction, but yeah, I think we just started on this. Was it last week or week before I started this map? I think it was week. Yeah, shit, I can't remember now. Hey, Boxed. How you doing today? Oh, okay, I'll call you Fishy then. Yeah, I don't think any of my alerts or anything are working. Because right as I was starting stream, the power went off for a second because of it started storming. I don't think my extensions and stuff are working, but yeah, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, I'm just glad that my internet and everything came back on, so I was able to to go back to streaming pretty quick. So, you know, living out in the country, sometimes that's the kind of stuff that happens. All right, well, you have a good one, Fishy, and thanks for stopping by. Yep, have a good one. I'm not sure what this little building here is supposed to be. I know it's part of the productions thing, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to be producing. I think that one over there might be the wood shop, but I'm not 100% sure. Which I've got a mod that I might use that allows you to make your own diesel. Let's see. Here's the next one. I want to clear this line of trees here first. That way it'll give me a reference point. And it's just going to be a matter of clearing out the trees. Making room for sheds and I know I said I was going to do cows. I don't know that I'll do any other critters though. I'm not sure yet. Which if I decide to do pigs again, I'm going to use one of the vanilla in-game pigsties instead of the modded ones. That way, should be able to get both slurry and manure from it. I got full, well, almost full hopper and trailer again, so we'll go unload again. Rinse and repeat. Till we get all cleared out. Just is making us some decent money for sheds and everything too. And then we'll look to expanding out through there, because you can see there's lots of flat area out through there. It would be perfect for putting in some fields. Or maybe I could clear this area out over here and use it, set it up for TMR production maybe. Since I'm going to need TMR for cows. Because I'm kind of thinking of going big with the whole cow setup. I'll have to look and see. Because I know I've got some modded cow enclosures. See which one holds the most. But I might go with multiple. Have even more cows. Have just a big old dairy farm. I'll tell you what, this tractor don't much like this big heavy trailer. That's right, I gotta switch. I don't gotta switch to the trailer, but the prompt don't show up unless you switch. I haven't heard any more thunder. Looks like my internet's stabilized. So hopefully we're good to go for the rest of stream now. It's with the trailer empty, it's fine, but when it's full, it seems to want to push the tractor around a bit. Go ahead and switch back to the Wood Devourer, I think it's what it's called anyway. So here's another entrance point to all this spot over here, and all those production points. Not going to be using those, because you know I don't really care that much about the production stuff anyway. Which I noticed that FS19 was on sale on Steam. It's been really tempting to get that, but I'm holding off because I've already got the next game I'm going to get in mind. I just got to get the money together to get it. And I'll get all these trees. Hello there. I can barely read that.
Daraiderman is now following.
Thank you for the follow, the Raider Man. So on my screen in the chat, the name looks like really dark blue. It's kind of hard for me to read. But thank you, I appreciate the follow. Now, let's see. Let me find the trees with the X's on them again. Oh, there it is. Almost went past it. Yeah, got to do a little trick to get it to grind a stump. Let's see, the next one down here. A little tight in here. Alright, well, you have a good one. And thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the follow. That's kind of what I'm thinking is using this side of the road for equipment sheds, all that kind of stuff, and then maybe I'll clear out over there and use that for like the animal enclosures and all that kind of stuff. And then, like I say, maybe once I can expand, I might set up that other area over and kind of dedicate that to making TMR or something. Because there's actually quite a bit of space right here. But then when you get over, it's like right here, that's when the space starts to dwindle as far as it being nice and flat and level. I was going to go out the other day and walk around, see if I could see any patches of black raspberries or maybe any wild strawberry plants. But let's see, when was that? Was that last weekend, I think? So I think it rained all last weekend. So it looks like we getting, what, about 20 some thousand per load of this? Which ain't bad. Of course, the more of it we sell, the more the price will go down, I think. Of course, it'll only go down so far, I think. Well, we broke 400,000. Let's see what it says when we're done here. So it'll pop up in green. 24,416. That ain't too bad. Ain't no way I'm gonna get no 800 and some thousand out of it to buy that next piece of land, but we got time. We don't have to have it right now. And I doubt I can make enough off of the trees to pay for the land itself, but it definitely help ease the pain to the old pocketbook, though. Which it used to be that you could do that in a lot of places, particularly rural areas. I don't know about now, though, in today's economy, but yeah, it used to be you could borrow the money to get a piece of land, and then you know, that had some good timber on it, and then you could just about pay off the loan by selling the timber to a lumber company. Which I knew a feller years ago. He bought a fairly large tract of land to expand his cattle business. I don't remember now how many acres it was. I want to think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 200, but I don't really remember. But I think it was only like 2 or 3 months after he bought it, a cell phone company came along and wanted to put a tower in one of his fields. And with the money that they paid him for the lease to put that tower there, pretty much paid his mortgage on the land. And I've also seen where farmers, particularly along interstates, will set up billboards and then rent the advertising space on those billboards. That was a little weird. Hit the gas to go forward and it went backwards for a brief second there. Seems to be working fine now though. There's the last one that I marked. Let's see, this one looks like it's kind of right on the cusp here, so I'm going to go ahead and take this one out. Ah, shit, I'm stuck on the damn thing. Since this path is a little bit narrow, I'm going to go back and mark the next line here. Actually, I may as well just go ahead and mark all of them, I guess. It ain't going to hurt nothing. Might take a little time, but this way I won't have to worry about figuring it out. I can just come in and any of what X on it are goners. I mean, it's kind of obvious these are going to go anyway, but as far as I know, this paint never runs out, so. Which for $100, it better never. I've actually bought paint like this in the past. It is a little bit expensive. It's been what, like 20 years ago that I bought it? I think even then it was like $10 a can. Or close to it. Not sure what it is now. It's probably about 15. I would guess. I haven't really looked. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that one over there. Shit, didn't mark it. There we go. These are the main ones I wanted to mark here just to make sure. Closer. It's another way I've actually marked trees for removal in the past is you can get that little plastic tape like you use for marking stakes and different things like that. You've probably seen it on building sites if you've ever looked. You'll see it tied around the top of a marker. And that's a little cheaper than the paint. Plus it can be reused. Just tie a piece of that around a tree too. Done that before. And probably before I even start on the side over here, I'll go through and mark whatever trees I'm going to take out. Of course, I could also use the money I'm making from this to go ahead and upgrade the equipment and stuff too, but no. I mean, it's going to be a while before I can get the cows and stuff going anyway, because of course I want to stockpile a little bit of feed and stuff. So that I can make sure once I get them, I can keep them producing. As if you remember on the last map, I kind of ran into that problem with the hogs. Even though I did stockpile some food, I still ended up running out of some stuff, because with what fields I had, I couldn't keep up. Which a good thing is, I could probably go ahead and get me a nicer tractor, and then this one I could just hang on to and keep using for this, and just leave this stuff hooked up to it. Yeah, I'm cutting across your grass. You'll be fine. Actually, now that I think about it, I could potentially, once I get all the buildings and everything moved over here, I could potentially get one of those tree planting things and maybe plant some trees if it will let me. Because I have run into it before where I'd go to plant trees and the game says, oh, there's too many trees already. You got to cut some more to be able to do this. And I get it. It's, you know, limitations of what the graphics can do. If you get too many, it starts making the game lag. Because that was a problem I always had on some of the earlier versions of the game, playing on PlayStation, was the graphics limitations. You could only have so many bales of hay and stuff, so and you know, with my hoarding tendencies, that kind of prevented me from stockpiling bales of hay like I wanted to. Well, both bales of hay and straw, which that kind of drew me later into when mods became available on console, getting into the modded silos and stuff that would also hold grass and straw and hay. That way I didn't have to worry about limitations on bales. But on 15, that was one of my favorite things to do, was just to mow grass fields and bale hay. Are we back? Yeah, we back. Looks like my internet dropped out for a second there. I have to keep an eye on that. Maybe one of these years they'll replace the ancient infrastructure around here and we won't have to worry so much about things like that. Which I know I've mentioned before, my internet service provider is supposed to be upgrading their stuff, but it's taken them a long time. I haven't bothered to look at how many trees we got left. I've got a little bit less this time, 23,804. Like I say, is the more of it you sell, the more the price is going to go down, because you know, supply and demand. The more I supply, the less the demand's going to be. I've had a little bit of a pain over my left eye since yesterday. Feels like it's kind of bruised, and usually it only gets like that when I'm going to have a migraine. Of course, now it feels like the pain has actually moved down into my eyeball instead of behind my eyebrow. It'll be interesting to see if it ends up being an ocular migraine. If you've never had one of those, they're interesting, I can tell you. Which usually they don't hurt. There's no pain associated with them, at least not for me. But I get these zigzagging lines that have like all the colors kind of flowing through them. It's kind of hard to explain, really. But yeah, they're a bit trippy. I had them for years before I even knew what they were. I've also got a mod that allows you to hand plant trees. Now that I think about it, I was thinking it would be nice to have a few more trees around the house itself. Of course, I think I may also have a mod that allows you to just put them down as decorations as well. As I think it seems to me like the biggest changes in how a lot of the stuff works in game has been between 19 and this one so far. Of course, like I say, only my first experience with Farming Simulator was FS13. and I originally played that on a trial for PlayStation's game streaming service. I can't think of what the name of it is now. Because when I first got, I believe that was on the PS3. Yeah, I can't remember now if that's on PS3 or PS4. No, it had to have been on PS3. I don't know. Don't matter, I don't reckon, but you got like a 2 week free trial of that, so I played a lot of FS13 when I did that. And then FS15 was the first one that I bought. And from there to 19, most of your basic game mechanics and stuff stayed the same, but they changed quite a few things between 19 and this one. I'm still curious as to when they might come out with the next version. What they might do with it. I need to look and see. I know I follow some game developers on X. I can't remember if I ever followed Giants on there or not. Of course, I don't. They may not have a thing, but I imagine they would. The problem for me is remembering to do that stuff. I think about it when I'm streaming, and then by the time I'm done, I've done forgotten about it. We got 26-19 this time. Hey, how you doing, Raccoon? Oh wow, another raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you all had a good stream. Well, I appreciate it either way. Even if y'all didn't agree on the raid message. That happens sometimes. Things don't always go as planned. As a matter of fact, I almost didn't get to stream today because just as soon as I was getting ready to hit the go live button, a storm rolled up and knocked the power off for like a second. Yeah, I've also been told I have a very calming voice. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes things turn out better than what you had planned. I think those are supposed to go down too. Yeah, I can see the X's now. Wait a minute. I'll leave those.
Fagiansky is now following.
Oh, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it.
Jacob XZ 2019 is now following.
Yeah, I appreciate the follows, y'all. Thank you a lot. And thank you for the raid, too. All right, you have a good night. Get some rest. And hope you don't have too much trouble at work. Yeah, have a good one. Oh yeah, let's see, what time is it here? Yeah, it's only 2:30 here, so. Yeah, 10 p.m. ain't too late. But yeah, I usually go to bed around 10 or 11 myself. I have nights where I go to sleep really late and wake up really early, but that ain't by choice. I'm getting old. Things is really starting to open up now. Go. Now that sounds about like how I used to sleep when I was younger, at least when I wasn't in school. Going to sleep when the sun comes up and waking up after the sun's gone down. That's how it used to be. I'm too old for that shit now. Nope. Wasn't paying attention. Right though. That's the only thing with this wood chipper is you do got to pay attention. Otherwise, I could just go chipping trees all day long and they just disappear. And then you don't get no money out of them. Well, let's see. I recently turned 50, but my mind feels like 70 a lot of days. Yeah, sleep is a good thing. Oh, I'm almost up to 5. You know, come to think of it, I actually might be able to get enough. Maybe not, because I've still got that bit across the road to get. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Because that bit of land was 800 and something. I'll check again while this is unloading. Let's see, it was this bit, wasn't it? Yeah, 821. Yep, don't know that I'm going to make that much. $26, so yeah. Price has actually gone up a little bit because before it was down to 23 something a load. Now, last 2 loads, it's been 26 something. And it would be nice if this tractor had at least 1 or 2 more gears. I'm not sure on this one, but it seems like the fastest tractors. Have a good one, Raccoon. I think the fastest the tractors went on FS19 was like 32. And this one does a paltry 20 mile an hour. And right now it ain't even doing that. Actually, I need to, might need to do maintenance on this soon. Not sure of this being a mod. I'm not sure if it's set up to whereas it needs maintenance. It don't harvest as well or whatever. As I know with most of your harvesting headers, once they get to a point where they need maintenance, they don't harvest quite as well. You don't get as much out of it. This one doesn't seem to be harvesting any less than it was before. Yeah, this will give us plenty of room for all kinds of good sheds and whatnot. So I'm definitely going to get the shop to do all the maintenance here instead of having to drive over to the dealership, because I hate the way they got it set up on this map, because you have to open the doors and drive in, which, I mean, you have to do that on most of them, but I think it's set up a little bit weird on this one, it seems like. Or maybe it's just me. Probably just me. But it would actually be really good, though, if I could make enough off of these trees to buy that next bit of land. I wonder what the other bits are worth. I might look and see once I get over here and start unloading. I'm thinking I got a modded cow barn. It's a big old red barn. I might slap that down right there. Of course, that bit over there, that's mostly the birch tree, so I probably wouldn't get as much out of that as I am out of these pine or spruce, whatever they are. I think they're spruce. Yeah, they're all evergreens. internet looks to be doing okay now. Just still ain't heard it raining. It's awful dark outside though. Well, it's always trying to jackknife coming out of there. I'll get over here, start unloading, and I'll look and see what these other bits of land are worth. They might not be as expensive. Alright, let's go into here. So that one's worth 8. Shh, wrong button. Wrong button again. See, that one's only 191, 174. All these are way cheaper. And those are the ones that are going to benefit me more probably too, because that's all flat area, whereas this is only about half of it's flat. Of course, it also includes some of the production buildings, though I probably won't be using any of those. So I think one of them is like woodworking shop or something like that. I forget what the other ones are. But I am going to have to take a quick outhouse break, and I will be right back. I was going to try to wait till I got back to the farm, but my back teeth was a-floating, so I had to go. But I think I must have turned the traffic off, so it caused no traffic jam or nothing. So yeah, I'll probably buy these other 4 bits first since they're way cheaper. I also need to look at, let's see, it's November 3. I forget now how many days I got set to, whether it's 3 or 5. I want to say it's 3. I'm pretty sure that's what I had it set to on the previous map. Because I know on Medieval Dynasty I've got a season set to 10 days, I think. Yeah, I think it's 3. But yeah, since I'm gonna buy these other fields first, instead of buying this $800 and some $1,000 chunk of land back here, might spend a little on land and a little on equipment. I kind of would like to get another tractor. Just like I say, that would allow me to leave this set up on this tractor, and then I could use another one for doing the actual farm stuff. Let's see, I was going to go with soybeans. I'm going to do a calendar here. So yeah, it's going to be May before I can plant those. I got plenty of time for clearing trees. Making lots of money. I always wanted one of those little bandsaw sawmills. Which many years ago, I worked with a feller who bought one of those. And at that time, I'd cut down some old bull pine trees that I had on my property. And I had him cut them into boards for me. Now, of course, they were rough sawn. I've still got them too. I've never really used them for anything yet. Which I don't have any kind of planer or anything to clean them up with. But I got some trees really just need to be cut down because they drop so many dead limbs and stuff in the yard. It's a pain in the ass. They're really old because they were old when I was little, and hell, I'm 50 now. Some trees got to be pushing 100 if they ain't already, because one of them is a black walnut, and then I've got an oak and a maple. That could make some nice lumber. The tractor bogging down just a little bit. It's fine though. Which I've got some modded silos and stuff for specifically for making TMR. So you just put the stuff in there, it mixes it for you, and you just load it up and feed it to the cows. So I have to figure out what I want to do for the silage, what I want to do. Because you can make silage from a few different things. Because normally in previous versions of the game I would use a forage harvester and use corn to make silage, because that's what a lot of people around where I live, that's what they use to make silage, was corn. Matter of fact, I think corn's about all anybody around here grows anymore. Because I can't recall ever seeing any kind of cereal grain. Did I just miss my damn turn? I did, didn't I? Now, I can't recall anybody growing anything around here but corn. As far as, you know, field crops go. With gardens, it's a different story, of course. Grow a little bit of everything. Taters, onions, maters, peppers, usually green bell peppers. A lot of people grow green beans, cucumbers. Just growing up, we had a big old garden. My dad always planted a good sized garden. We'd have corn, taters, green beans, maters, bell peppers, cucumbers, onions. What else? Well, I can't even remember now. Been so damn long ago. And unfortunately now, where we used to have our gardens, is all overgrown now. Maybe one of these days I'll get to have me another garden. I just can't do all that work by hand anymore. It's just too much to it. So I got an old ride mower built back in the 60s. It's got the big wheels and tires on the back. I was wanting to kind of restore it and use it like a little mini tractor. So we got one more tree left over here, then we can start working on this other side here. Which, since I'm making such good money off of these trees, I could go ahead and start planting stuff that I can feed the cows with and storing that, so I'll have it ready for when I get them. Of course, I still need to get all my sheds and all that stuff set up too. So. A lot of work to do to get this new farm set up, going. As I remember I remember it took not sure how many years it took on when I first started on the other map. I think it was like 3 or something before I really started getting anywhere with it. I don't even remember now. How many years we spent on the previous map. I might have to look at that sometime, maybe off stream and save. Because I don't know that it even tells you. I imagine it would somewhere in the menus. So let me look at the calendar again and see. So I've kind of waited till now. I mean, there's barely a little bit of time I could plant wheat. I don't think I need wheat though. I know I need straw for cows, but I don't think I need wheat. So I know you need TMR, straw, hay. That might be it. Can't remember now. And of course it might be a little bit different on FS22 than it has been on previous versions as well. But yeah, maybe I'll just go ahead and go on with the soybeans like I'd planned until I get all my buildings and stuff set up anyway. Because it would probably behoove me just to go ahead and do all that first. Then start worrying about getting prepared for getting critters. I'll probably get into doing a few other things on this one that I didn't do on the previous one too, because when you start off on this one you get a greenhouse, which I sold that, but I might set up some other greenhouses. We'll see. I got some cool mod stuff too, like I got one I think I've got a couple different orchards that you can set up. I think I got one for like maple syrup production too. So we might get into some of that. I don't know. Just have to see as it goes along. Because it also depends on what works and what don't work. Which this map here has some added production stuff that's not in Vanilla Game 2. I don't remember what all off the top of my head it has. It's not in the Vanilla Game, but I know it does have some stuff like I think making asphalt or something's one of them. So I'll go over here and start marking off trees. I'm going to mark them coming back this direction because that way it'll be easier to see them as I'm coming in from over there. Don't really need to go too far back in here. I'll like get over to where it's level because you can see there's kind of a dip right through there. Looks like maybe there was a little stream or something right there at some point. I'm not going to mark all of them. I'm just going to mark kind of a wide swath around the edges here. Oops. Because I like my trees, so I don't want to cut all of them down, just enough to they're not in the way when I start putting down buildings and all that kind of shit. Need to get rid of them bushes right there too. Let's see, let me do that right quick. So, landscaping, plants, meadow. That takes care of that. Now I can go back to marking trees. Not allowed to mark this tree. Is it? Oh, okay. I don't own that bit. That's fine. This should be within my boundaries. Because there really ain't much point in buying that there because it ain't nothing but that hill. You can't really use it for nothing unless you flatten it. Let's see, is this one within my boundary? It is. What about this one? Yep. No, don't climb the tree. There's another spot of bush. I tell you, this map is kind of crazy with the bushes. Y'all don't know how many bushes I got rid of before I actually started streaming this map. All of them. Yep. Check out through here. See if there's any. This area used to be kind of chock full of bushes, and I got rid of most of them already. But of course, there's a few spots that I missed because it's a little hard to see sometimes. And when I'm doing that landscaping like that in amongst trees, I like to do it straight down, because if you hit one of the trees while you're doing that, it can kind of juke you around, and then you might end up painting something halfway across the map instead of where you intended to. Because I have had that happen several times. This will open this area up quite nicely. I'd say I'll probably put me a big old cow barn right here. Let's see. Cows. Let's see, this one holds 80. Then we get into the modded ones. Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one I'm probably going to use, because you can see it holds 500 cows. $500 head of cattle, that's quite a bit. Which that barn's kind of neat because it's actually 2-story, and it's got some storage in it for like hay bales and stuff. Or it could be, part of it could be used as a shed for equipment stuff too, I think. Because I might get into doing a little bit of hay baling and straw baling on this one. I didn't really in the last one because I was always so tight on money, I didn't want to spend it on the equipment to do it. But this one, where I can make apparently pretty good money off of the trees, I might very well get into it. probably get some bees at some point too. I did do bees for a bit on the last one. I always wanted to get into beekeeping, but the only problem is I'm allergic to bee stings. But I think it's only certain bees, because I haven't always had allergic reactions to bee stings. There's only been twice that I had a bad reaction to it. And one time it was a hornet, and the other time, don't remember. It was either a yellow jacket or it could have been a honeybee. Because the first time I got stung on that little flap of skin on the bottom of your eye, because luckily I happened to see the bee coming at me at like Mach 10, and just as I saw it, I flinched and blinked my eyes, and it popped me right on that little flap of skin. Otherwise it would have probably hit me in the eyeball directly. But yeah, over the next few days my whole face swelled up, my eyes had about swelled shut, and I had to go get a shot because it was starting my throat was starting to swell, and it was making it a little hard to breathe. And then the other time I had a reaction, I got stung on the back of the hand, and my hand was so big I couldn't even bend my fingers. But then I remember a time after that I got stung on the shoulder blade, and I never did have any swelling, but I had pain, pretty bad pain in my arm for like 2 or 3 days. But I never did get a shot for that one. But mostly I just try to avoid getting stung. But if you get into beekeeping, it ain't a matter of if you get stung, it's just when and how many times, because most beekeepers, I think, do get stung fairly regularly. As I remember as a kid when I used to go down on my grandpa's farm with my dad, I remember they had some beehives on the farm, but I don't remember them ever using them at all. The thing was, is where they had them was like 20 feet from the outhouse. I always worried when I had to go to the outhouse about getting stung. Luckily they didn't come around the outhouse much though. Other bees did though. Wasps, hornets, whatever. 'Cause actually that's where I was when I got almost stung in the eye, but it wasn't at the outhouse. It was a nest hanging off the eave of the smokehouse, and I had my baseball and my glove with me that day, and I was throwing the ball up against the side of the smokehouse because it would bounce back to me. And I didn't even notice that there was a giant ass freaking hornet's nest hanging off of it, so until I got stung. I don't see a mark on that tree there, but I assume it's one scheduled for getting cut. This one right here. Yeah, I think it is starting to affect it, because earlier we was getting up to 93. Now it's only at 91, so I should probably go do the maintenance on this thing. Oh, wrong damn buttons. There we go. Unload this. And then I'll just swing by the dealership, I guess. Do the maintenance for now. I've still got to figure out how I want to lay out my sheds and all that stuff, so. But I am definitely going to get a repair shop at some point in time. So I don't have to go to the dealership every time I got to do maintenance. I mean, it ain't really far away, but I like to work on my own stuff. I don't do it so much anymore, IRL though. One, because my health ain't what it used to be, so it's a little harder to do some stuff. And two, I got something made after 2000 now, and I don't know as much about all that stuff. I'm used to working on, old stuff made before probably the mid 80s, I guess, is when they really started going with like fuel injection and all that kind of stuff. Of course, the early stuff ain't that bad, but I just prefer my pre-1980s vehicles because they're simpler, easier to work on. Some of them are still fairly easy to find parts for too. Not as much electronic wizardry on them old ones. Of course, I have worked on newer stuff before. I just don't like to. Plus, a lot of this newer stuff, you gotta have all kind of specialty tools for different things, and that shit gets expensive. The old stuff, you get a basic ratchet and socket set, basic set of combination wrenches, maybe a couple of kinds of pliers, maybe a pipe wrench. You can pretty much do about anything you want to them. Of course, having stuff like impact guns and ratchet and wrenches and things like that do make it a bit easier, but you don't need it. These newer cars, you gotta have special sockets for each of the different sensors. A lot of times, you gotta have diagnostic computers. Because I remember when I worked as a mechanic, they was I think it was a Buick. I don't remember exactly which model it was. That somebody brought in needing a new alternator on it. And I wasn't the one working on it, one of the other guys was. And but I remember him saying something about having to take a panel out of the firewall just to be able to get to the alternator, because it was front wheel drive, so the motor was sitting sideways in it, so all the accessories was between the motor and the passenger side fender. Which of course I had a car that was front wheel drive, had a V6 in it, and it was like it too, but everything was still relatively easy to get to on it. That thing right here is where I'm gonna go. Ah, shit, I forgot to go do the maintenance on this thing. Oh well. I'll get to it eventually whenever I finally remember to do it. Let's see, that tree there is the one that wouldn't let me mark, so that's... So the boundary is right here to my left. Thinking, why didn't I mark this one and maybe this one? I'm guessing those are outside the property boundary too. Yep. So I did notice Looking at it on the map, there is a little bit of an angle there, I think. I'll tell you, a car that I always wanted because I always liked the looks of it, and I actually almost got one when I was in high school. It was a Ford Maverick. And I particularly like the ones that had the front signal lights in the grill with the little bar across the front. I think it had like a bar across the front. I remember it had the signal lights in the grill. And when I was in high school, I almost got one. It was a Maverick Grabber, actually. So it was a little bit more of a rare model. Only thing I didn't like about that particular one was it had the smaller 200 straight six in it, and it had a 3-speed on the column. And those transmissions could be a little bit problematic. Sometimes they would hang in gear. But since I wasn't the one paying for it, my dad was, I didn't get that one. Was that one at the time? They wanted $500 for that one, and he found one for $400, which lasted me about 3 months before the damn motor went out in it, because the motor in it was out of a Pinto from a junkyard. It was the old Lima 2.3 liter. Because that motor, it was, like I say, it came out of a Pinto in a junkyard. And the damn thing leaked oil everywhere. And so I was trying to do the right thing and fix it and, replace gaskets. But of course, I was in high school, so I didn't have a lot of money, so I had to do it a little bit at a time. And at that time, I was taking auto mechanics at vocational school, which, provided me a good place to do the work on it. And I'd been driving it for maybe 2.5, 3 months. And I got a new valve cover gasket for it. And I knew it needed an oil pan gasket as well. Probably needed front and rear main seals. But like I say, I was having to do it a little bit at a time, so I got the valve cover gasket, and I drove it to the vocational school that day and got that all swapped out and fixed. Was driving it home, and because having that new gasket on it allowed the oil pressure to come up a little higher than normal, it completely blew out the oil pan gasket, and before I could get it home, it dumped all the oil out of it. And I stopped like halfway home and put 4 quarts in it, but by the time I got it home, a rod was knocking in it. So it was junk. Now, I'd always planned, because originally from the factory the car had the 2.8 V6 in it, and I had planned to find me one of those to put in it, but I had such a hard time finding one that I never got around to it. And So yeah, the car just kind of set and deteriorated, started rusting out, all that kind of stuff. So. But yeah, I always kind of wanted one of those Mavericks, which was a Mercury version, the Mercury Comet. Only difference in them was the tail lights and the grills were different. Other than that, identical cars. I always wanted one with a 302 V8 in it, automatic. Now I'm into trucks though. It's too hard for me to get in and out of cars anymore because of my old arthritic knees. I'll tell you something else I wouldn't mind having though is, but they didn't ever sell them in the U.S. But they're called a B100. They're made by Ford. But basically, it was Ford's version of like a Chevy Suburban. And now you can still find them in Mexico because that's where they sold them at. But they're a bit hard to come by. But yeah, I like a truck. Because it's nice to be able to haul something if you need to. Like say for me, they're just a lot easier to get in and out of. And it was a truck that I used to have that, since I've gotten older, has been my biggest regret in getting rid of it. It was a 78 four-wheel drive long bed, automatic. Because at the time I had it, I guess I would have been in my early 20s then, I think. Shit, I forgot to go get the maintenance done again. But at the time, I really wanted a four-wheel drive with a straight shift in it. I just felt like it gave you better control for, like off-roading or driving in the snow or whatever if you had a manual rather than an automatic. But now with arthritic knees, I'd rather have automatic. I don't have to be changing gear, especially when you're driving in town. But of course, another thing was that the people I bought the truck from, it had been off of the road for a long time, and they only used it as a kind of an off-road beater on their farm, because when I bought it, didn't even have a bed on it. It was just the cab and the frame, running gear. And then I got a buddy of mine helped me find a bed for it. But I had to do a lot of work to that truck. Because every time I turned around, something was going bad on it. And then, like I say, I was really wanting a manual. And a fella came along really wanting a truck, and at the time, uh, he had a wife and kids, and they didn't even have a vehicle because the one they'd had before, something happened to it and they couldn't use it anymore. And I hated to see them do without a vehicle, especially with kids and stuff, because they need, if they need to take them to the doctor or something like that. So I sold them the truck. But I kind of wish now that I'd kept it, because with all the money that I've spent buying and fixing all the vehicles that I've owned since then, I could have completely restored that truck and made it as good or better than it was when it was new. Which, another thing I liked about it was a highboy, which meant it had the factory lift kit in it. Because I think I ran, I think the wheels and tires I had on it were 31s. And they were actually a little bit small. I could have easily ran 33-inch tires on it and not had any problems with it rubbing the fenders or anything. Which there was a few weird things with that truck too, like at some point, because it had lock-in, lock-out hubs on the front, and at some point somebody must have changed the one on the passenger side, because one day me and my buddy, because he had a four-wheel drive Chevrolet around the same year model at that time, I think. No, his was a little older. Anyway, we was out just playing around in the mud down near the river one day, and he noticed that when I had that truck in four-wheel drive, the front passenger wheel wasn't digging. So we got to looking at it, and apparently somebody had put a driver's side hub on the passenger side because it was working backwards. So if you needed it locked, you'd have to turn it to open, and then to open it, you'd have to turn it to lock. Which I'd planned on, before I decided to get rid of it, I'd planned on just replacing both of the front hubs anyway. I figured they was probably fairly worn, considering about every damn thing else on the truck was. Because I'd had to replace a few gaskets in the engine. I had to replace the thermostat. Had to replace the steering stabilizer, some suspension stuff. Then the DuraSpark went out on it, and that was kind of one of the last straws for me as far as working on it. Plus, that was right around the time that that feller come wanting to buy it anyway. Because once that DuraSpark went out on it, I parked it for like a month or two and was thinking about just finding me a manual transmission and stuff and swapping it over to a manual. But, I guess I helped that feller out. Because, like I say, he really was kind of in desperate need of a vehicle at the time. And I didn't really need that truck because I was driving something else at the time. I don't even remember now what the hell I was driving. Oh, maintenance. Almost forgot to do it again. Getting old sucks. I'll just put that out there. And now I got plenty of room for sheds and buildings and what all ever else I need. Because eventually I want to get rid of all the stuff over here and maybe put in some more of the little rental cabins to get some passive income. I'm going to get rid of that silo. I might put some of those rental cabins right here too. I've got 2 over there. But yeah, eventually I plan to get rid of all of this stuff and stuff like those silos, purchase points there that I need all. Just put new ones over there. But yeah, I could put a few more cabins over in here. There's a feller I watch on YouTube. He bought, I think it's 200 and some acre farm that had not been used in quite a long time and was pretty much overgrown, but that's kind of what he's planning on doing. He's going to do put in some like little rental cabins and stuff and have what they call a farm stay, where you can rent a cabin on a farm and you get to go out and help do chores around the farm and learn a little bit about it and whatever. Oops. Sorry about your door. But see, normally you'd have a little trigger point right out here where the thing is, but nope. Have to go inside, y'all. And around the corner here. Now I can do the maintenance on all this stuff. And for some reason, the doors on this thing's a little glitchy. You can also open the big door, of course, but I tell you, I was talking about that 78 truck that I had. I've always loved the 78 and 79 trucks in particular. Because they got that, what they call a dent side body style, and I particularly like the 78 and 79 grills, in particular the ones with the square headlights. But another truck that I really like the looks of is the 58 and 59 Ford pickups. Always thought it'd be nice to have one of those in four-wheel drive, all fixed up. Also be nice to have a dually, like an old pre-1980s Ford dually with do a Cummins swap on it. Which there's old Chevys and Dodges that I like too. Really, for Chevrolets, I like I think it's the early to mid 60s models, kind of more squared looking ones, and then like the early 70s models I like too, particularly the ones that's got the bar in the grill, which I think that may have only been in the 70 model. I can't remember. Not as familiar with the Chevy or Dodge stuff. I just like old trucks. I like old International trucks. Even like old, some of the old like Datsun and Toyota and all that stuff too. Some of them. They're a pain in the ass to find parts for though. And if you do, they cost a damn arm and a leg. Which some of the Dodges I think are that way too. Some of them are hard to find parts for. The Ford and the Chevys is probably the easiest to. You're looking for an old vehicle that you want to fix up or restore or whatever. They're probably the easiest to find parts for, whether it be old junkyard parts or whether it be reproduction parts. Which I even had at one point I had a 68 Datsun pickup. Never could get it to run though. Had some kind of fuel issue, I think. I remember right, because I remember rebuilding the carburetor on it and some other stuff. But yeah, never could, for some reason, never could get it to run. course, I've never had a good place to work on stuff anyway. I've always had to work on it outside. And that gets aggravating real quick, especially when you need to jack something up or whatever, and jack tries to sink into the ground or stuff like that. Or you're working on something that blows up some rain, starts raining on you. But yeah, I like taking old stuff like that and fixing it up. Whether it be vehicles or tools or whatever. Even old cookware I've done. Kind of restored a couple old. Well, one was a cast iron, like I think 8 or 9 inch cast iron skillet, and the other was a, let's say, it's a 10-inch round cast iron griddle that I dug out of the ground. And I actually use it. Don't use it all that often, but I have used it a few times, mainly cooking like steaks or something. It's really good for that. And I remember one time as a kid, I found an old lantern in one of the sheds. Down on my grandpa's farm. And he let me bring it home. And all the paint had peeled off of it. It had gotten a little bit of rust on it. Still perfectly intact. The glass was perfect, and it wasn't, I mean, it was a little dirty, but there was no chips or cracks in it. Still had the little cap on the oil reservoir on the bottom, and the wick, of course, was dry rotted because it was an old, I guess, cotton wick. But the mechanism to raise and lower the wick still worked. It's a little stiff, but it still worked. I brought it home, cleaned it up. Put a little bit of WD on the wick mechanism, got it to working a little more freely. I got a new wick for it, cleaned the glass up, repainted it. Made it just like new. I've still got it somewhere. I don't know where it's at anymore. Because I actually used to use it back then. 'Cause they used to just use kerosene. But you can't hardly get kerosene anywhere anymore. Which back then, you know, them kerosene heaters were kind of popular, so you could get it about any gas station. Not many people carry it anymore. And that special lamp oil, that shit's expensive. It was the last bottle of that stuff I bought, because I've got some of the glass lanterns like that you use indoors, because they used to use them like during the winter if the power went off or something. Like, use one of those for light. But last time I bought a bottle of lamp oil, it was only maybe a liter in it. It was like $15 or something. So, but now I got one of those camping style lanterns that takes the little propane bottle, because you can get that anywhere camping stuff is sold. But luckily I haven't had to use one, because it's been several years since there's been snow bad enough to knock the power out. Because a lot of times it snows and it'll break tree limbs out and knock the power lines out. Like I say, old infrastructure, and they don't maintain it like they really should. That tree looks like it should be within the boundary. It is. So we'll take that one out. But sometimes I go on YouTube and find channels where they like restore old tools and stuff like that, and just watch them. Which for that, it helps a lot if you've got some powder coating equipment, especially on like tools if you're planning on using them and stuff, which I would want to use them. Because if you just use regular paint, it scratches off too easy. Which at one time I was going to get into powder coating, and I just never did get around to it. But I was just going to do it, you know, kind of small scale. I was going to get, because it used to be, I could look in like the local trade paper or whatever where people sell stuff, and sometimes you'd find people had a like an old electric cook stove or something. Maybe they just replaced it because it was old, or maybe a part of it stopped working or whatever. And sometimes you could pick them up for like $25. And I was going to get one that the oven worked on and use that. Of course, some I don't know. Some of them don't. I don't think the temperature goes high enough on them, but I'm not sure. Because if you look at the ovens made specifically for curing powder coating, those things are expensive, even the smaller ones. Which the gun and stuff can be expensive depending on where you get it from. I was just gonna get one of them little Harbor Freight jobs to start with. But yeah, I just never did get around to it. Now you don't see stuff like it in the trade papers much anymore. And if you do, they want a hell of a lot more than $25 for it. And I've already got electricity run out because I do have an attached garage on the house, but it's just barely big enough to park a car in, so trying to work on a vehicle in there is damn near impossible. But I use it for working on lawnmowers and doing woodworking and shit like that. But years ago when I was doing electric and plumbing work, we did a job somewhere replacing a well pump, and we ran all new wire and everything, so I had quite a lot of pump wire that we replaced, and there was nothing wrong with the wiring. The wiring was fine, it still worked. So I used that, and I ran a whole new circuit out to the garage to set up for a welder. Because back then I had a 220 wire feed welder that I got from Harbor Freight, and I used it once and it quit working. And then I never did get another welder. But the outlet and everything's still out there. And it's actually a stove plug, because the welder, when I got it, didn't have a plug on the end of the power wire. You had to get your own plug for it. And of course I just got one that goes on a cook stove, because they were, relatively cheap and easy to come by. And they're made for 220, so that's what I did. Which I did finally several years ago get me another welder, but it's a 110 welder. It's a flux core. But that's all I really need anyway, because I'm no welder by any means, so I thought that'd be perfect just to use for what little welding I'd be doing with it until I learn to weld better anyway. And it was cheap. I think I only gave like $175 for it. Because even though I'm getting old and health issues keep me from doing a lot of the stuff that I used to do or would want to do, I can still go out there and piddle around a little bit on old mowers and stuff like that. Because nothing's too heavy. Plus I got a little mechanics stool. I can just sit down. Don't have to worry about standing for too long or continually bending over and standing up, getting dizzy and shit. Just sit down, take my time, piddle around, do my thing. And if I get to feeling bad, I can just quit, come in the house. What are we up to? 750,499. Yeah, that ain't too shabby. Still got a lot of trees to cut right here too. It wouldn't surprise me if I do actually end up with enough to buy that $800 and some thousand piece of property. But I think I'd be better off buying the other bits first. Because that, the $800 and some thousand piece is probably only half of it's usable because of the hill along the edge of the map there. And it does have those, I think it's got two productions buildings on it. Of course, once you buy the property, you can sell those. Before I run this over to sell, I am going to take another outhouse break before my back teeth start floating again. So I will be right back. Just get this stuff to the sale point. Once I get all these trees on this side cleared down, I'll start looking at where I want to start laying out some of my buildings and stuff. Because I need a shed for my tractors and my trucks and harvester. Need one for equipment. I want a maintenance shed. I'll probably set up a fuel pump. I need to get those sale points for the liquid fertilizer, and the other one, I don't know that I'll need one. The other one. Yeah, I will for seed. So I can get that put up over here somewhere. That might do it for the time being. But I want to try to get something that will allow me to expand without having to replace the buildings. Because if I'm going to do baled hay and straw, I'll need that stuff. And I might get another tractor just for doing that. Might want to get a telehandler or something like that, maybe. Gonna need, since I'm gonna do cows, I'm gonna need a tanker to haul milk in. I'll probably get a big one and a truck to go with it, since I'm gonna have so many damn cows. So I want to keep all of that in mind when selecting the sheds. Because my buy points for my seed and fertilizer and all that stuff, I'm probably going to put them somewhere kind of close to the storage silo. Kind of keep all that stuff together. Of course, now this tractor here and this whole setup, not too worried about having a spot for it yet. Because after I buy these other bits of land here, I'm going to be using this a lot while I'm waiting on crops to grow and all that kind of stuff. So I may set up a whole nother area for this and stuff. And I guess since I started off with this John Deere, I'll go with John Deere equipment on this one. So I was thinking about doing New Holland, but what I may do is just go with John Deere on this one, and then eventually when I switch over to No Man's Land, which I plan on doing eventually, maybe I'll do New Holland on it. Of course, I could also do a mix of stuff, maybe. Maybe stick to John Deere for all the crop stuff, and then maybe do New Holland for the animal stuff. Yeah. So I don't have to stick to just one brand. Just thing's pretty good on fuel, I have to say. But still, over half a tank, even with all of the driving I've been doing with it. Which I'm guessing that tank over by the shed that was here when I started, I'm guessing that's got fuel on it. Because I know there's some of the ones in this game you actually have to fill them with fuel first before you can use them. And then eventually you gotta refill them. Because I had one like it on the other safe on this map. Which I didn't know that it was that kind at the time, but which worked out though, because that's the one where I set it up to make my own diesel and stuff. I don't know if I'll do that on this one or not. Because it can be a bit involved. And since I'm going to be dealing with cows and possibly other critters, I may just forgo that bit. So I may just use that mod for the fuel pump that I used on the previous map. But yeah, a couple of years ago, I had an idea of taking like a 78 or 79 Ford extended cab long bed dually, and then doing like a Cummins swap on it. I know some people that's got like the Dodge Cummins trucks will do an Allison transmission swap on them, because apparently the Dodge transmissions leave a lot to be desired. Matter of fact, I remember watching a video where a guy had I don't remember what year model it was, but it was a fairly new model. Dodge with a Cummins in it. He did Allison swap on it. But even since I was a kid, that's something I've always liked to do, is just when I ain't doing nothing, just sitting around, is just think about a vehicle. What kind of build you'd want to do with it. That's probably what I should have done. I probably should have went to an auto diesel college when I got out of high school and just went and did that. But nope. I did other things instead. Which I'll hand it to my teacher for my auto mechanics class I took in high school. He tried his damnedest to talk me into going to auto diesel college and do auto body repair. I guess he thought I must have had a talent for doing body work something, because see, he retired after my senior year. So during my senior year, that was his last year of teaching auto mechanics at the vocational school. And I'm not sure how many years exactly he'd been teaching. I know it'd been a hell of a long time. But in all that time, from everything that I was told, he never let any students work on any of his personal vehicles. Except me. Of course, there wasn't anything mechanical, but he had like a mid-80s, I think it was, Ford four-wheel drive pickup that was his personal vehicle, and he brought it in one day, said, "I want you to repaint my rear bumper." I said, "Okay." That's just a spray paint job, but you know, he brought the paint and everything, and used this old newspaper and masking tape. And I repainted his bumper for him. Yeah, maybe now that I look back on it, maybe I should have listened to him. Which kind of funny. A few years after that, when I quit working in the garage that I worked in, when I was in my early 20s, there was another feller that was a friend of the family. My parents grew up with him, but he at the time was worked, because he'd always worked at a dealership as a car salesman, and he had recently switched jobs and was working at a different dealership, and he offered me a job there as a mechanic, and even said they would send me off for any training I needed or whatever. But I had just quit that other job and was not interested in working as a mechanic again. I was fine working on my own stuff, didn't want to be working on anybody else's stuff. So I turned that job down too. That would have probably been a damn good job though. Which one of the best jobs I did actually have was when I used to do electric and plumbing work. I wasn't crazy about doing plumbing. I didn't mind doing plumbing in like new homes, new construction. Hated doing repairs, especially to drain plumbing, because you can imagine. But I did like doing the electrical stuff, in particular wiring of the breaker panels. Plus it was just me and one other feller, because he was the one that, you know, owned and ran the business. He was the one with all the license and stuff, and me and him got along really well. So Yep, I could afford that other piece of land right now because it was 814 something. But I'm not going to spend it. Which earlier I was mentioning that I've already kind of made up my mind the next game I'm going to get and stream. And even though I'm not going to say what it is, I will say that it's another, build, craft, survival kind of game. Because I was thinking about getting another driving game, but I have to kind of pick and choose what I'm going to get since, won't have much in way of a gaming budget for now. Hopefully one of these days I'll make it to affiliate here on Twitch, and then maybe get a little money coming in, and I could get a nicer VTuber model and get some more games to stream. That would be nice. Tractor sounds like it's bogging down just a little bit. Which this trailer probably is a little bit too heavy for this particular tractor. Because I imagine if I had to go up some hills with it, it would probably struggle quite a bit. Luckily, it's mostly flat land. I don't know. Oh, one thing I was going to mention as well. I may or may not stream on Wednesday. Because there's some stuff I got to do Wednesday, and I don't really know. There's no set time or anything, so I don't know if I'm going to be done in time to stream or not Wednesday. So I may or may not get to stream Wednesday. But even if I don't get to stream Wednesday, I should be able to Thursday. I don't know of anything that will keep me from doing it Thursday. Which I think it's supposed to rain all this week, but I think today was the only day that's supposed to have any kind of thunderstorm or anything. Which I think it's done stopped raining. I want to look see how much horsepower this particular tractor has. 190. Because I'm thinking whatever tractor I end up getting, it would be nice to have at least like 300 horsepower. I don't know if there's anything. It looks like we getting close to that threshold. And that one goes up to 300. So it looks like I might have to get a large tractor. So yeah, that one goes from 305 to 388. What about this one? 326 to 458. So probably one of these two. Yeah, because then we start getting up into the shit with tracks on it. I don't really want one with tracks on it. I'd rather just have one with tires on it. Since I'm out, let me swing by that fuel pump over there on the farm and see if it's actually got fuel in it or if it's one of the ones that you got to fill up first. Because I don't really need fuel necessarily right now, so it'd be a good time to check it and see, because if it don't have any fuel in it, go to the just go to the gas station for the time being. Like I say, I'm gonna get rid of it anyway. Which I could. Yeah, I don't know if I do. I was thinking, looking at that old barn over there that was there, of course, on the map to start with. I have a mod that basically has that same barn, only all the doors are on it and everything. So I was thinking I could set that up and use that for all the baling stuff, but everything else is going to be quite a good distance away, so maybe not. Maybe I'll just get rid of that and put some beehives or something. I don't know. Maybe I won't use it for nothing. Who knows? I ain't got to figure it out right now. Got plenty of time to worry about that shit. I don't think I even own that bit yet. That's right. I don't even own all the fields yet. I forgot about that fact. So I guess it's a good thing I got all this money from these trees, because now I can look at purchasing the rest of these existing fields. Because if you start on this map as new farmer, you get 2 fields. I think it's the one right in front of me here, and then you get the grass field next to it. And then that other field over there that I worked before, you have to buy that one, because I think I did buy that one right off the bat. And then you got 3 over there and a big one there in the middle. I just happened to think I hadn't bought those yet. Let me see if this thing will actually fuel me up. Is it not? I guess it's refueling me, so. Yeah, it's not refilling me, so there's no fuel in it. I see there's a trigger on the back side of it too. So trailer in the way. Yeah, refill silo. So let me go back to the map here. Yeah, when you first start, it starts you off with these 2 and this area here, as well as all these little spots here. And then I bought this bit over here. So let's see. We got 340. Let's just say shit. 347, 68, 120, 47, 89. So actually, I've probably got enough already. I could probably buy all of these right now. Now this one is grass right here. And I already harvested what was in the other two. So let's see what crop types we got. This one's got wheat. Looks like that one might be canola. That one, corn. That one, wheat. This one, soybeans. Now, which one of those? So those should all be ready to harvest, really. Problem is, I probably ain't gonna have time to harvest them all before they wither. So yeah, I think I'll hold off on that then. Maybe wait and see what the NPCs plant in them. And then maybe buy them, because then I'll get a free crop out of it too. But yeah, if I get them right now, there's no way I would have enough time to harvest everything. Before it would wither. So yeah, I'll just wait on the NPCs to plant something in it, and then I'll buy them. Coming along. It's a good thing I remembered that about those fields, though, because I could have potentially blowed a bunch of money and then not been able to get the fields. Need to get the fields first. Get the fields first, Crow, you knucklehead. But about Wednesday, once I know more about whether or not I'll be able to stream, I'll try to post updates on X. I'll post them in the Discord as well. And of course, all my links are on the About page here on Twitch. I think the actual gas station is down that way somewhere. No, there should be fuel right here somewhere. I guess it's around front. And by the time I get done with what trees is left, we might even break a million. Gonna be rich. Oh yeah, right there's the pumps. You need to pay attention to them being there. Seeing that place there kind of puts me in mind of like a Buc-ee's. Never been to one, never seen one in real. I've seen a few videos where people went to them. Saw one here not too long ago. A British couple went to one in Texas somewhere. And they were showing the area where they sell the beef jerky, or not even beef, just beef jerky, but all kinds of jerky. And I was like, oh, that looks like heaven. Because I love jerky. Which I've been meaning to make me some more jerky, and I just keep forgetting about it. So I got deer meat to make jerky with for right now. I've got like 3 pounds of it. Which at some point I really want to try making pemmican. Which is basically just dried meat and beef tallow, which is just rendered beef fat. Of course, you can add other stuff into it. I know some people add like dried berries and things to it. But, yeah, I'd really like to try making some of that. Yeah, I'd say with what trees we got left to clear out here, should easily clear 1,000,000. We're already at a 880. And then we get about 26 per load. So for every 4 loads, at roughly 26 a load, I'm getting like 104, give or take a little bit. Because the price fluctuates a little bit too, so. I think what I'll do here is I'll get all these trees cleared out, then we'll go ahead and buy the rest of the pre-existing fields and then see where we're at monetary wise. Monetarily. So I want to make sure I've got enough to buy at least 1 or 2 more pieces of land that's covered in trees so I can keep making money off of the trees. Otherwise I'll be waiting a long time for planting crops to sell. And I'd rather not do that. Because sort of the overall idea that I had was, like start off with the one farm and, being damn near broke, and then build that up a little bit, sell everything off, get a slightly bigger farm, build that up, get even more money, and just keep going, until I end up at wherever I was going to end up, which is most likely going to be on the No Man's Land map, which is probably the one I'll do after this one. As you figure, I spent I don't remember now when it was that I got Farming Simulator last year. But it's probably been close to a year anyway. That was spent on Elm Creek. Don't know that I'll spend that long on this one or on No Man's Land. Let's see. And I can't say that I've heard anything about another game coming out yet, so I don't. Because so far, at least to my knowledge, the Farming Simulator games have come out in the fall of the year, just before the number of the year on the game. So, like, FS 15 would have come out in fall of 2014. FS 17 would have come out in fall of 2016. 19 would come out fall of 2018. This one, FS 22, would have come out fall of 21. Because before, they'd always done it every 2 years. But then they went to 3 years between 19 and this one. And of course, they did make quite a lot of changes and stuff. I think they even, I don't know if they just switched or if they rebuilt the, what is the word for it? The game engine, yeah, that. Seems like I remember hearing something about them doing that. Could be wrong though. Never know. I don't know either. I mean, half time I can't remember nothing. So. But yeah, if they were going to stick to the 3-year schedule, then the next game should be coming out this fall of this year. So, because it would be called FS 25, and this being 24, it would come out fall of this year. But and usually you start hearing things way earlier in the year if they're going to release one that year, because they have before. Shit, I don't know. May not get one this year. Maybe next year. Who knows? I guess it ain't no big deal whether whether I had that piece of land or not, because there's really not a whole lot of space over there. So it may not even be worth it to buy it, because it's pretty much all hill. Not much you can do with it unless you flatten it out, which can be done. I would not want to try it though, because I like the landscaping tool from 19 better than I do the one in this one. There's a lot of things I like better than 19 than I do this one. But when it came time to make the initial decision, I figured, well, I'm going to be streaming it, so it's probably better to go with the newer version. So I went with FS22 instead of 19. I'm almost certain that eventually at some point I will probably go back and get 19, but I notice this thing ain't sliding around as much now that it's no longer raining in the game, which I figured that had a little bit to do with it anyway. Because wet roads are slick roads. I think a lot of people tend to forget just how slick a wet road can be. $932,141. Yep, we'll definitely hit the $1 million mark before I get all these trees harvested, which will be great. From looking at those fields, I'm guessing, let's see, one of them was 300 something. I think one of them was over 100. 2 or 3 of them were less than 100, so I'm guessing probably 600,000-700,000, maybe a bit less. Might get them all. But you come to think of it, I might order to check just to make sure that it didn't start me off with a loan or something like that. I don't think it did, but I'm going to double check. Just to make absolutely sure. I'm going to go down here and start working my way back this way. Which another thing is, this will give me a little extra runoff room from that field too. Because I'm going to be using that kind of large seeder. I need a bit of runoff room. So let me look at, should be in this menu somewhere. Here we go. Lone 0, okay. Great. Let me go back in here and bring out the calculator. It's a Texas Instruments TI-30XA. I bought this back when I was in college because I needed a scientific calculator for one of the classes. I don't remember which class. And I tell you what, this calculator, I think I give $10 for it at a checkout counter at a Walmart or something. I don't remember now, but this thing has been invaluable. I think I've had to replace the batteries in it once, but it's been so good. It's such a good calculator. Nope. Back to that. So we got 346, 788, 68, 640. 120, 60. Oh, shit. I fucked up. I hit the 0 button one too many times. My finger twitched. So 346, 788. 68, 640. 120, 60. 47, 64. And 89, 40. 671, 592. So I was pretty damn close with my guesstimate. Excuse me. So I'll wait till I'm done and see how much end up with total before I decide on whether or not to pull the trigger on all those or not. I may do the biggest one and then wait a while before I do the other ones. Which actually I'm going to wait a while before I do any of them, since I was going to wait and see what the NPCs decide to plant. That may determine the order in which I buy them too. Because if they plant something I don't have the equipment to harvest or whatever, I may skip that one and wait on it. Of course, I could always just plow it under as green manure if that's the case. Now I figure we got maybe 3 or 4 more loads worth of trees here. Which, if I remember right, when I left Elm Creek, I had a total of 1,800,000 so. But of course I did jump on here before I streamed on this map the first time and spent a bunch of that just doing landscaping and stuff to kind of work it out as if I'd spent the money on the land. Because when you start, of course, you don't, you start with a piece of land and whatever. That is, if you're starting on New Farmer, which I usually do. Yep, I'm one of them that tends to play on easy mode rather than hard mode. Because I'm more about just having fun playing games rather than trying to challenge myself. Life's challenging enough, especially when you get older. Although it varies, it's easier for some, more challenging for others, depending on many factors. But personally, I just prefer to play games to have fun. But, there's no real, I don't see any real right way or wrong way. Play games how you want to. That's kind of part of the draw of them, I guess. Which another thing I could do is I expand over this way. Once I clear out all the trees, is get at least one cutting of the grass off of it too. For making hay and stuff. And I guarantee you there's no way I'll remember that when I get to that point. But hopefully I'll think of it again. But I reckon if I don't, it ain't no big deal. Because I haven't done a lot with the cows in this game yet, so I'm not yet familiar with, you know, how much of each resource it's going to take for their feed and everything. I did start doing them on this map on another save, but I haven't played on it that much, so. Because that's one of the ones I play off stream. Because I've got my stream saves that I only play on stream. Well, except for like in the one case where this one I needed to jump on here, do something to make the money right and all that. But other than that, I only do it on stream. And then I've got my saves that I play when I'm off stream. That way I don't mess up my stream saves. So I probably won't put any buildings over here where that field is. I'll just leave this for a runoff area. Like I say, I'm probably going to get into some fairly big equipment on this one. And from experience, I tend to need quite a bit of room. My problem's going to be at the other end because that's where that pond is. I don't have a whole hell of a lot of room over there. I already figured that out when I was using the loading wagon to get the straw out of that field after I harvested it. I think the first thing I'll do is get my sale points for, or buy points for the seed and liquid fertilizer, which I'm sure I'm going to be using quite a bit of. Get that set up, and then I'll look at sheds and all that other shit. Like I say, I'll wait on those fields until I see what the NPCs are going to plant in them. And figure that out once I see what they do. Because up until near the end on the previous map, I felt like I was always broke. I don't want to feel that way again. Which that's kind of one of the reasons why I ended up picking this map for the next one, because I knew this one would give me some extra opportunities for making money, whereas on Elm Creek it was pretty much crops or animals. I mean, there was a little bit of forestry and stuff on there, but I never could. I tried on a different save off stream doing some of that. I never could. It didn't want to let me sell it at the place where you're supposed to be able to sell it. Now maybe it was just something with whatever trailer or whatever I was using, but I tried a couple different ones. I think just never could get it to work right. So, which there was quite a bit of that on that map. Mostly it was just wasn't compatible with whatever mod I was using or whatever. Because you remember I tried selling stuff at one sale point and it never would work until I got the vanilla grain truck. But it did work fine at some of the other places. So. That's just the way it goes sometimes when you're dealing with mods and stuff in games. Which is one reason why a lot of games I don't really like to mod them at all. Other games I like trying to keep mods to a minimum. Oh, damn. Headphones acting up. Come on. Just gotta sit here and tap the volume button on the headset until the right side comes back in. Come on, you piece of shit. No, it'll come back in for a second and cuts right back out. And I kind of hate fucking with it because a lot of times it'll fuck up my volume adjustment. Come on. Alright, I think I got it. Which I've found if I turn it up kind of loud, it tends to not cut out as bad. The only problem then is it hurts my fucking ears. I mean, yeah, I can go on, you know, make volume adjustments on the computer itself to make up for it, but it's just a bit more of a pain in the ass. And honestly, if I'd have known that this headset had that volume control on it before I bought it, I'd have never bought the fucking thing. I would have got something different, but I didn't know it had it on it until I actually got it. Maybe one of these days I can afford to get me a better headset though. Which actually I was looking at one not too long ago on Amazon. And it even had a noise canceling microphone on it, which would be good for me, because I know this one picks up every fucking thing. And it actually was pretty close in price to what I give for this one. Which I kind of prefer having a headset to like a standalone mic, because my voice don't carry very well. So for me, I think it's better having one, you know, that stays fairly close to my mouth. Because I know, I think most of the VTubers I've watched have like standalone mics. I don't know about all of them, but I've heard quite a few of them talk about what kind of mic they had or mention something about it. Don't know how a headset might affect face tracking. Of course, I'm a long way off from having any kind of face tracking set up anyway. One of these days, maybe. One of these days, maybe I can do all the cool shit that other VTubers do. Getting close to that $1 million mark. Matter of fact, this load might be enough to do it. Might be enough to breach that $1 million mark. But see, I can tell right now that my volume on my headset's set just a little higher than what I like, because I can actually hear myself through the headset. Which actually sounds a little weird, but at least to me it does. Which I've actually got another headset I could use that doesn't have a volume control built into the headset itself. It's got one built into the cord, and of course it doesn't work right, and half the time only one side works and whatever. But the cord is not fixed into the headset, it plugs in. So I could potentially get another cord and use that one instead. And I thought I had a longer cord for it around here somewhere, but I ain't been able to find it. So if I could ever find that other cord, I might swap and use that one. And then I could probably just set my main PC volume and get that right. Hopefully that would do the trick. Only thing is it's got the 3.5mm jacks, and as we all know, those are kind of shit too. They don't really seem to get all that great a connection. Why we haven't come up with something better, I don't fucking know. Now I know some headsets have a USB connector, which this one, that's kind of one of the reasons why I got this one, because it came with an adapter to go from 3.5mm to USB. And there it goes, it's cut out again on me, son of a bitch. Let's see if I can get it fixed here. Try to. That right there seems to be working for now. Bam! $1 million. Wow, where did the time go? I feel like I looked at the clock like 20-30 minutes ago and it said like 4 something. Now it's damn near 6 o'clock. I'm gonna finish harvesting these trees though. Then it'll be supper time to go find some groceries to throw down my neck. And of course, tomorrow we'll be doing SnowRunner again. Which I'm hoping that whenever my internet service provider finally gets around to upgrading their infrastructure where I live, I'm hoping I might be able to stream a little bit more. So it looks like it's going to be this load and then probably one more load. And that'll be all she wrote. But yeah, right now, my amount of streaming time during the week is kind of limited by my internet. Because usually around 8 p.m. Eastern Time, it starts to lag a little bit. Usually on the weekends it's a little laggy, at least as far as letting me stream goes. And then it usually takes up what free time I've got to download and upload all my VODs for the week, the way it's working out right now too. So but hopefully they get everything upgraded. It'll work a bit faster and won't have problems with lag or anything during peak usage time. So maybe then I'll get to stream a little more. Which I don't know about streaming much longer than I do now, because that's kind of a little bit to do with my health and stuff too, but might be able to do more than 4 days a week. There'll be times I'll be able to stream longer time. I think the longest I've streamed so far was a little over 8 hours. Because generally I stream from between 4 and 6 hours. But yeah, I have no idea how long it's going to take before they ever get around to doing it here, which there's probably, when they do finally get to this area, there's probably going to be some interruptions in internet service, so I'll have to try to work around that and stuff. So I'll figure that out once it gets here, cross that bridge and we'll get to it. Which they might be able to do it without interrupting the service, because they might be able to run the new wires while leaving the old ones intact and then just switch it over once it's done. They may do it that way, I don't know. Don't know, just have to wait and see when that point gets here. Like I say, they're headquartered a couple counties over from where I live, and that's where they started with upgrading everything. And I don't know, it's been, what, 2 or 3 years now since they initially said they was starting that, and they still ain't even, they're still working on the county that they're based out of. So. Hard to tell how long it'll be before they get to my area. Probably be a couple years anyway. At least at the rate they're going now. Sorry, I had to cough. I try to remember to mute myself, or at least kind of cover the mic if I got a cough or something, because I know it's probably a bit loud. But sometimes I forget, and I apologize if I blast somebody's eardrums. Last tree, at least in this area. Man, look how much that's opened this area up now. Although I'm kind of wishing a little bit I might have left a little bit more down this way. Like maybe as far as where you put this road to go into the silo. So kind of wished I'd have left this tree line here up to about right here where the front of the tractor is. But that's okay. You know I like my trees. I like my aesthetics of the trees. Because, like, if I had my dream home piece of property, it would be like at least 1,000 acres with at least 300 of it wooded, and my house would be in that part of it, and then the rest of it would be, you know, fenced off and stuff. There would be a creek on it. or at least a stream, which fed through a pond, which would be stocked with fish. And of course, I'd have barns and sheds and stuff. But yeah, that would be my kind of my dream property. Not too hilly, a little bit of hills, but not too hilly. Wouldn't want it completely flat. And ideally, the house would be either be something in like an old farmhouse style, or a log house style, with at least a front and a back porch. And maybe a spot in the back with a nice little outdoor kitchen. Nothing too fancy, just, like a prep station and a grill, which I would prefer something to use charcoal or wood instead of gas. And maybe include like a brick oven or something. Would be nice. So after clearing all the trees, we ended up with a little over $1 million. That's nice. That's quite a lot of cash. Is it? Looks like as far as in the game goes, the sun's starting to go down. Shadows getting kind of long. See, 15:24, so that would make it 3:24 p.m. Should be. That's still kind of early in the evening. Of course, it is November, so the days are shorter. Oh yeah, we got plenty of room now for sheds and whatever. So I guess on the next stream, I'd start working on um, getting my 2 buy points moved over here, which I'm going to put them close to the silo here. Not sure if I'm going to put them over here on this side beside of it, or I might put them across the road here from it. And then we'll start working out all the sheds and all that kind of stuff that we want. But I reckon that's going to do it for today. So I'm going to get off here and go find some groceries to chomp on. But thanks everybody for coming by and hanging out. Whether you chatting, whether you lurking, it's all fine with me. And thanks again for the raids that I got and the follows that I got. That's actually the first raid that I've got, and the second one in short succession after just over a year stream. That's put a big old smile on my face. But yeah, I hope everybody has a good one. I'll see y'all tomorrow for some snow runner, and again, once I know more, I'll let y'all know what's going to happen Wednesday, whether I'll be able to stream or not. But I mean, make sure I save, and it's auto saving, so that's good. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming by, hanging out. I hope everybody has a good one. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.